1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
I'm going to call the Board of Game meeting to order. This is the final day of our meeting. So today we have some proposals from the Fairbanks area, some out-of-area proposals, and findings and some miscellaneous business to deal with. I expect we will conclude our business today. I don't know what time yet. But before we start, Commissioner, do you have anything? Oh, no.
Not this morning, thank you.
Okay, Ryan?
No, Mr. Chairman, good morning, and we're ready to go.
Okay, Amy?
Good morning, Mr. Chair. Thank you. No.
And Cheryl?
No, thank you, Mr. Chair.
And Captain?
No, Mr. Chair, thank you.
And how about George?
Well, yes, sir. As of a few minutes ago, the Federal Public Register published the rule for the fisheries proposals for Federal Subsistence Board. So if you're interested in submitting a proposal for the Federal Subsistence Board for fisheries, May 21st is the deadline. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Okay, with that, are you ready to go? 177. L. Yeah, we could do that. L as a reconsideration.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to reconsider Proposal 163 due to new information.
Second.
Been moved and seconded that we take up Proposal 163 due to new information. Is there objection? If not, 163 is before us.
So Proposal 163 was the aligned salvage requirements for caribou in Units 25B, C, and D, and Unit 25A to require meat of the caribou to remain on the bone when harvested prior to 1 October. So it was brought, the new information is 25C is, the majority of that is 40-mile caribou, and it didn't include, you know, the total caribou range of 25 Bravo, 25 Foxtrot, and 25 Echo. And so I would propose, I would move that, I would move to amend Proposal 163 to remove 25C for consistency.
Second.
Been moved and seconded. Additional discussion on that, Dave?
Thank you. Member Britt, what would that do to that proposal then? Would it just completely eliminate our actions?
Yeah, thank you, Member Loring. So all it would do is remove Unit 25C, which the majority of those caribou that are harvested in 25C are part of the 40-mile caribou.
Go ahead, Dave.
Thank you. So if we were to include all the 40-mile caribou units where they currently exist, would that be outside of our notice then for this meeting?
No, it would not be outside of the notice. It's something that we could do. However, I would prefer not to do it because the ACs in that area didn't have notice and haven't had a chance to work on it. 20 is in our call, so we could do it, and that proposal would work. Yes, go ahead, Cheryl.
If we could have one of the biologists tell us what all of the units for 40 Mile are, that would help to know whether it's within the call for this meeting, because I don't know offhand.
Go ahead.
Through the chair, the primary units will be 20E, 20 Echo, 20D, 20 Delta, 20B as in Bravo, and 20F in there. Yeah, a little bit of 20F.
Yes, and all those units are within this area. But I would prefer that we not do that. Go ahead, Dave.
And one more quick question. Would it be something that we can take up at a future board meeting and leave it the way
Yeah,
it is?
I would encourage people to bring proposals to the next cycle on that issue. Because these are the only units on the road system that don't have a meat on bone requirement as far as what was shown to us. Additional discussion on this. Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I like the amendment. I think that the department did a good job during their original brief to to point out that that would be the one inconsistency with the other units in 20 for that same herd. And so it makes sense to me from a standpoint for hunters to not have one portion of that 40-mile herd where it's required to do that and then not. But I'm with you. I would encourage the public to come back with an amendment, perhaps at a future meeting so that we could make it right.
Thank you. Any additional discussion on the amendment? Go ahead, Al.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I also support it because then the 40-mile caribou is all uniform. It has the same salvage requirements then.
Thank you. And to add to that, some of the public that hunts in 25C actually travels through the other 40-mile units with their game. And go ahead.
Hey, Mr. Chairman, I'll be supporting the amendment also. And I do like meat on the bone. I think it's gone a long ways and with perception and actual, increased meat quality and salvage. And I would really hope to see additional proposals to cover the whole 40-mile section next.
Okay, thank you. Call the question on the amendment.
Call the question on the amendment.
On the amendment to remove 25C from that proposal, Mr. Loring,
Yes.
Ms. Cusack,
Yes.
Mr. Fletcher,
No.
Chairman Burnett,
Yes.
Mr. Hoffman,
No.
Mr. Cooney,
Yes.
and Mr. Brett.
Yes.
The amendment carries 5-2.
Okay, proposal 163 is before us as amended. Any additional discussion on it?
Call the question on the amendment as amended.
On the proposals, 163 is amended.
On this new amended proposal, the board's heard no concerns from the public regarding cost of private persons. The regulation is adopted.
Thank you. Christie, would you pull the board?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Final action on proposal 163 as amended. Mr. Hoffman,
Yes.
Mr. Cooney,
Yes.
Mr. Brett,
Yes.
Mr. Loring,
Yes.
Ms. Cusack,
Yes.
Mr. Fletcher,
Yes.
Chairman Burnett.
Yes.
Proposal carries as amended, 7-0.
Okay, thank you. And go ahead, Stosh.
Mr. Chair, move to adopt Proposal 177, extend the current moose season in Unit 20 Bravo remainder by 5 days to certified bow hunters only.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Go ahead with department proposal.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the board. Good morning. Welcome to the last day of the board. Just for the record, my name is Tony Hollis. I'm the area biologist for the Fairbanks area, and the remainder of this presentation will be found in RC4, tab 8.2. Proposal 177 would extend the current moose season in Unit 20B remainder by 5 days for certified bow hunters. This was proposed by the Alaska Bow Hunters Association, and the department recommendation is to oppose. Oh, I'm sorry, let me get my presentation going here. Apparently I'm not awake this morning. There we go, sorry about that. This proposal would create a 5-day bow season after the general season in the remainder of Unit 20B. The remainder of Unit 20B moose season currently is for residents September 1 through September 15th with a bag limit of any bull. For non-residents, it's September 5th to the 15th with a bag limit of 1 bull with 50-inch or 4 brow tine antlers. This proposed season would be in addition to the general season and would allow residents to hunt moose by bow and arrow only from September 16th to September 20th with a bag limit of any bull. And for non-residents, would extend the season from September 16th to September 20th by bow and arrow only, 1 bull with 50-inch antlers or 4 brow tines. This map shows, this is a map of Unit 20B, and notice the areas in dark blue are not included in this proposal. The remainder of 20B is all of that area in the light blue. And you will notice it's the very road accessible portion of Unit 20B. So all those red lines are major roads within 20B. You've seen this graph several times in my presentations yesterday. Just note The current population in Unit 20B is below our objectives at 7,848 moose. Some issues with this proposal. Our 2023 bull-to-cow ratio in Unit 20B was 26 bulls per 100 cows. That's below our objective of 30 bulls per 100 cows. In 2018, the Department of Fish and Game reduced the season in this portion of 20B by 5 days to address a bull-cow ratio that was even lower then. The winter of 2021 was difficult and reduced the 20B moose population by 37%. As a result, it is not a good time to add additional hunting opportunity in Unit 20B. So in conclusion, Proposal 177 would extend the current moose season in Unit 20B remainder by 5 days for certified bow hunters. This is proposed by the Alaska Bow Hunters Association, and the department opposes this proposal.
Thank you. Discussion, board members, or questions? Go ahead, Jake.
Hey, thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm probably going to oppose this proposal just for the department comments, and earlier we've taken some action that maintains some archery opportunity.
Thank you, James.
Hey, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, I'm with Member Fletcher as well. The department did a good job of explaining that in 2018, they reduced the season by 5 days because the bull-cow ratio was not at the objective, and so for that reason, I'm not going to be supporting it.
Yeah. Adding to that, at our meeting yesterday, we made this a registration hunt. Earlier in our meeting, we made this a registration hunt, and the department will have a chance now to collect better data, and perhaps 3 years from now, we can relook at this, or the board can relook at it. So I'm not going to support it. Any additional discussion? If not, I think we're ready for the question.
Call the question.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. The board showed no concern from the public regarding cost of private persons if this regulation is adopted.
Thank you. Christie, would you pull the board?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, final action on Proposal 177. Ms. Cusack?
No.
Mr. Fletcher?
No.
Chairman Burnett?
No.
Mr. Hoffman?
No.
Mr. Cooney?
No.
Mr. Barrett?
No.
Mr. Loring?
No.
Proposal fails, 0 to 7.
Mr. Chair, I move to adopt Proposal 178, reauthorize the antlerless moose season in 20 Bravo.
Second.
Been moved and seconded. I hear from the department.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Proposal 178 would reauthorize antlerless moose seasons in Unit 20B. This is proposed by the Department of Fish and Game, and our recommendation is to support. The Fairbanks AC supported this proposal. The Minto Nenana AC opposed it. The Delta AC supported it. The Tanana Rampart Manly AC opposed it, and the Middle Nenana AC supported this proposal. This is a map of Unit 20B, highlighted by the shaded orange area. As you can see, Fairbanks lies right in the middle of this unit. It's a fairly large unit at 9,196 square miles. Our IM population objective is 12 to 15,000. Our IM harvest objective is 600 to 1,500. During the last 5 years, from 2019 through 2023, we have 2,161 hunters hunt this unit annually. During the same time frame, those hunters harvested 327 bulls each year and 49 cows annually. The 2023 unit-wide bull-to-cow ratio was 26 bulls per 100 cows. The 2023 unit-wide calf-to-cow ratio was 40 calves per 100 cows. Again, you've seen this table, so we'll just move on, but know that the population is below objectives at this time. So on the last figure, you saw the population was really high at one time in the early 2000s. Then we brought that population down within our objectives and held it there for a good period of time. And now we're below objectives. I put this map up here. This map shows what Unit 20B, all the possible hunts that we have conducted in 20B, particularly early in the 2000s when the population was really high. We had the area broke up into lots of little units with several drawing permits in each unit. so we could spread out hunters over time and space, so we didn't have crowding issues in one place. We really worked on some of the issues that occurred in other units to make it so there wasn't a lot of moose taken from one spot and not a lot of crowding and effect from hunters. However, we have reduced our effort on antlerless moose way down from what it was at that time. And now, with the population decrease since 2021, we only have 2 antlerless hunts that occur in 20B. They are highlighted. You can see those 2 boxes in 2023, the 2 boxes on this map, one where we harvested 28 cow moose or antlerless moose, and one where we harvested 4. Both of these hunts, one was in the Fairbanks management area, and one is along the Richardson Highway corridor. The purpose of these hunts are to reduce the number of nuisance moose and the number of moose hit by cars. The urban area of Fairbanks has a lot of moose in it, and they want to be here. There's no predators here. They thrive right in town, and we have a lot of issues with moose in town. The department has to go out and euthanize quite a few, and quite a few are hit by cars. So these hunts are purposely to reduce that for the department. By reauthorizing this antlerless hunt, I always give the ACs and the board the plan for the next fall. For 2024, the antlerless plan would be to harvest antlerless moose conservatively. Unit 20B does not have a harvestable surplus of antlerless moose at this time. The only hunts would be in the Fairbanks management area and the Richardson Highway corridor. The FMA and the Richardson Highway hunts are only used to lower the number of moose hit by vehicles and nuisance moose in town. So in closing, Proposal 178 would reauthorize the antlerless moose seasons in Unit 20B. This is proposed by the department, and our recommendation is to support.
Thank you. Board discussion. Go ahead, Al.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I intend to support this. We had the majority of the ACs that voted in that area to support it, and I'll support it. And the cow or antlerless moose harvest has a reason for it to, protect, property owners and vehicles and nuisance moose, and keep the, be able to use that moose for human consumption.
Thank you. Go ahead, Dave.
Hey, Mr. Chairman, I'll be supporting this also. I know I have a lot of cow moose in my yard all winter long, so there's still cow moose around even with this hunt. And this issue with the motor vehicle accidents, nuisance moose has been around forever. And I think keeping these hunts in place will kind of reduce those numbers of conflicts.
Thank you. Additional discussion? Go ahead, Ryan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to say I appreciate the board considering these. I also very much appreciate Mr. Hollis. I think it's actually very impressive to see that line staying within the objectives as long as they have. It's a dynamic system. These hunts are controversial. We know it. It happens across the state. However, I think it would be good for us to remember, during the last heavy-duty winter, if we were still at that peak at something like 2008, it would have been messy. We would have had moose tipping over all over the place. So I think it's important that we manage these animals appropriately for the habitat. That's the point, to keep the moose in the objectives that the habitat can support. The targeted hunts are something that the board took up, several years ago and started using those as a tool. Fairly recently, we also had examples where we had other species along the highway and they died. We didn't have a hunt like this to utilize. So by having these targeted hunts and having those, whether it be a cow or a bull, to be able to utilize those for people is much better than just having them die on the side of the road and, God forbid, being hit by a car or injuring somebody. So I appreciate the board considering. Nice work, Tony, and thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Staj?
Yeah, thank you. Just kind of in that same area that Mr. Scott just talked about, my response doesn't really pertain to this one, maybe more the other one, but earlier in public testimony, we had some people say that they weren't seeing the same moose on the ground that they thought. It didn't match up with the department's surveys. And, I believe the department and I believe the public member. And that's a tough spot, so I wish we would, seems like would be more of an easier one to fix. Kind of help the public member understand why he's not seeing any moose where he always sees moose. And, because I see that comes up quite a bit on these antlers. We got a disconnect there, and that seems like we could work on that area to help each other out.
Thank you. Any additional discussion on this proposal?
Call the question, Mr. Chairman.
Question's been called.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The board shared no concern from the public regarding costs of private persons if this regulation is adopted.
Thank you. Christie, would you pull the board?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, final action on Proposal 178. Mr. Fletcher.
Yes.
Mr. Hoffman.
Yes.
Mr. Cooney.
Yes.
Mr. Barrett.
Yes.
Mr. Loring.
Yes.
Ms. Cusack.
Yes.
Chairman Burnett.
Yes.
Proposal carries 7-0.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, I move to adopt Proposal 179, shift the moose season dates in 20 Bravo.
Second.
Been moved and seconded. Department?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Proposal 179 would shift the moose season dates in Unit 20B. This was proposed by a member of the public, and the department's recommendation is to oppose. This proposal, the current moose season for resident hunters in the remainder of 20B is September 1 through September 15th. This proposed change would just shift the season to be later in September. So the season would be September 15th to September 30th. The proponent of this proposal wants to address warm temperatures and climate, warmer seasonal temperatures in early September. Again, this is a map of the remainder of 20B, or this is all of 20B, but the remainder of 20B is highlighted in the light blue. And again, note, this is where the majority of the major road system is within Unit 20B, so the most hunted portion of 20B. You've seen this map. Our population is below objectives at about 7,800, little over 7,800 moose. Our bull cow ratios are low. We're below objectives at 26 per 100. Again, we have over 2,000 hunters per year that hunt this unit, and currently they harvest about 338 bulls per year. Here's the concerns with this proposal. Harvest would increase in this area due to bulls being more susceptible during the rut. This would shift the season into the prime part of the rut. Unit 20B is in a very accessible area. All the main road systems exist in this portion of 20B. Also, this hunt would create one of the only moose seasons on the whole road system in Alaska that would go to September 30th. This would increase the number of hunters. Hunters that hunt other areas of the state, if they did not harvest a moose, could look in the regs and see this as a place that would still be open during the prime part of the hunting season. The final concern is the moose population is still recovering from the difficult winter of 2021. So in closing, Proposal 179 would shift the moose season dates in Unit 20B. This is proposed by the public and the department opposes it.
Thank you. Jake?
Hey, thank you, Mr. Chair. Because of the department comments, the success rate being high, maybe some questions with the quality of the meat during the rut, the large number of hunter participation, I'm not going to be supporting this proposal.
Thank you. James?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, I'm in agreement with Member Fletcher here. The concern that was brought up was due to the difficulty in keeping the meat fresh, and hunters, they got to adapt. I mean, things are changing everywhere, and hunters have always throughout time have been adapting, and so you got to find ways to do a better job of keeping it fresh. But that doesn't mean that we got, as a board, move the dates in order to help them do that. So.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I know last year was really tough for a lot of hunters. A lot of folks I talked to, including my hunting party, dealt with leaves on the trees. all the way up through the 20th of September. So I'm not sure if it was an outlier last season, but that's not generally the case. But it definitely was the case last year, so I understand the proposers, but I will be opposing it also.
Thank you. Additional discussion? Go ahead, Ruth.
Yes, none of the ACs supported this. We had 2 ACs that opposed it, so I won't be supporting it.
Thank you. Go ahead, Al.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm not in support of it neither, and I think the bigger issue for me is it's gonna shift hunter effort. And, you know, people will go into those areas because it has a longer season after they've had an attempt somewhere else.
Yeah, thank you. Any additional discussion? If not, Tony?
I just want to add something to the record. So the department gets quite a few requests for season extensions, sometimes these type of proposals. And I think the solution is for the department to have a discussion, for the whole department to have a discussion. And if we want to go down this road, all seasons should be shifted later in the year instead of just piece by piece. Then we draw hunters into that area. So I just wanted to add that 2 cents to my.
Thank you.
Call the question, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, the question's been called.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The board heard no concerns from the public regarding costs to private persons if this regulation is adopted.
Christie, would you poll the board?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, final action on proposal 179. Mr. Cooney?
No.
Mr. Hoffman?
No.
Mr. Chairman? Mr. Burnett?
No.
Mr. Fletcher?
No.
Ms. Cusack?
No.
Mr. Loring?
No.
And Mr. Brett?
No.
Proposal fails, 0 to 7.
Thank you. The next 2 proposals, Member Barrett will be recused. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, I move to adopt proposal 180, change the allocation of permits for Delta Caribou Hunt DC 827 in Unit 20 Alpha.
We need this, we need a second.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Department.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Proposal 180 would change the allocation of permits for Delta Caribou DC 827 and Unit 20A. This is proposed by the resident hunters of Alaska, and the department's recommendation is we're neutral since it's an allocation issue. The intent of this proposal is one of 2 things. It's either to rescind action on proposal 146 from the 2020 Board of Game meeting that guarantees 25% of the drawing permits go to non-residents, or establish an allocation where residents receive 90% of the permits, where residents receive 90% of the permits and non-residents receive 10%. Again, this is a range of the Delta Caribou herd. They mostly exist in southern 20A, in the foothills and the Central Alaska Range. We have no recent population estimates of the Delta Caribou herd. However, it's likely there's between 2,500 and 3,500 caribou in this herd. This is not an intensive management herd. We issue 150 drawing permits annually for bulls in this area. In 2022, we had 8,142 hunters that hunt this area. The average harvest in this area is a 65 bull caribou per year. The average harvest by residents is 45 bulls per year, and the average harvest by non-residents is 20 per year. Proposal 146 at the 2020 Board of Game meeting asked for 90% of the permits to go to residents and 10% to non-residents. At the time, about 21% of the permits were going to non-residents. The Board of Game amended the proposal to allocate 25% of the permits to non-residents. So currently, 25% of the drawing permits are allocated to non-residents. This table is what was presented to the board in 2020. You will note in 2015 and 2016, we issued 150 permits. In 15, 14 non-residents drew the permit, and in 16, 9. So 9% of the permits and then 6% of the permits. Beginning in 2017, 18, and 19, all of a sudden you see 33, 32, and 31 permits went to non-residents out of those permits. Now, at the time, there was no allocation. And what happened in 2017, several of these outfits in the lower 48, such as Cabela's and some of these other outfits, that hunters can pay to put them in for drawing permits in different states, Montana, Wyoming, New Mexico. You can pay these outfits, give them your information, and they put you in for drawing permits all over. Well, these outfits picked up, they also do Alaska, and DC 827 is one of the very few drawing permits for caribou, and it also has very good quality trophy caribou. So all of a sudden, the number of applicants by non-residents jumped way up because of these outfits. In conclusion, Proposal 180 would change the allocation of permits for Delta caribou hunt DC 827 and Unit 20A. This was proposed by the resident hunters of Alaska, and the department is neutral.
Thank you. Questions, board members, Dave?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Tony, on the information you recover from the permits, able to determine how much of the non-resident effort is through guided hunts or is it versus do-it-yourself non-resident hunts?
It's hard to tell through the drawing permits, but I do know that I'm confident that a majority of them are guided.
Thank you.
Additional discussion, Ruth?
What sort of percentage do the residents, what sort of success rates do the residents have?
So the average harvest, so a total of 65 bulls are harvested each year from this hunt. Residents take 45 of those, non-residents take 20 of those. So roughly a third are by non-residents.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Dave.
Thank you, Tony. Do you know what the fee structure is for these booking agents, Cabela's, et cetera, on what they charge? And if there's, I'm not sure if we know this, but is there any type of a contract with guides also as part of this booking fee? I have no idea how it works.
I'm not super familiar with those out there, through the chair, Mr. Loring, sorry about that. I'm not super familiar, and I think they vary, but there are some guides connected to these. Like, for example, there are guides that are booked by Cabela's.
Additional discussion. Is this in the Fairbanks non-subsistence area?
Mr. Chair, yes.
Okay. And it's not an IM species, it's in, what is the non-resident tag fee for a caribou?
Can headquarters help me with that?
Go ahead, Dave.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to propose an amendment on option 2 in the proposal to change those allocations to up to 15% non-resident permits, down from the current, sounds like it's a hard 25% right now.
Second, second.
Been moved and seconded. Would you like to speak to your amendment?
I think that we're still offering quite a bit of opportunity for non-residents at 15%. And just because it seems like the amount of participation has really jumped up in the last few years, this would kind of level things off a little bit, meet part of the proposer's requests, but still maintain additional opportunity for non-residents and non-resident guides.
Thank you. Jake?
Hey, thank you, Mr. Chair. Do we have any idea how many non-residents that take multiple species out there, predominantly, you know, bear, wolf, stuff like that? Because those would be guided, right?
Through the chair, Member Fletcher, I don't have an idea of that, but I will tell you that Unit 20A is likely has the most guides than any game unit in Alaska. I know there's well over 20 guides that operate in Unit 20A.
Thanks.
Natalie?
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Chair. For the record, Natalie Weber with Wildlife Conservation. The non-resident tag fee is $650. And I would also, the board might want to consider the existing non-resident hunter allocation policy, just as a matter of formality as you're discussing this
Right,
proposal.
the non-resident policy is found in RC1, I believe. Go ahead.
Thank you. Could you put that on the record, or can we put that on the record, Natalie, what that current policy is on percentages?
Through the chair, I will keep you, I will refrain from reading the entire, I think, 7 or 8 page policy, but it was the 2017 Alaska Board of Game non-resident hunter allocation policy, and it has just a lot of additional information to consider regarding application history between residents, non-residents, those kinds of things. So I just think it would be a good idea for the board to have a little bit of discussion on the existing policy before you vote on this proposal.
Does that policy actually have a percentage imprint? No.
No, the policy speaks to maintain, when going to a drawing count, maintaining the historical amounts between the two. So, which, prior to the 2020 Board of Game action would have been in the most immediate previous years was 22% approximately, according to his slides, to non-residents, and 80%, but prior years had been much higher than that. Go ahead, Dave.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I wonder if the department can give us ideas on the number of applications that they receive. I know it's a really popular hunt from both residents and non-residents, and you showed us a little bit about the harvest over the past several years, but can you give us an idea on application or interest from residents and non-residents?
Through the chair, Member Loring, I don't have that broke out by residents and non-residents, but there are a little over 8,000 people that put in for this permit. The success rate of drawing this permit is very low.
Okay, on the amendment, discussion.
I'd like to call for the question on the amendment.
Okay. Christie, would you pull the board?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, on the amendment to allocate up to 15% to for non-resident permits. Mr. Fletcher,
No.
Chairman Burnett,
No.
Mr. Hoffman,
No.
Mr. Cooney,
No.
Mr. Loring,
Yes.
and Ms. Cusack.
No.
That amendment fails by a vote of 1 yea to 5 nays, Member Barrett recused.
Okay, we're back to the proposal. James, you have a feeling on this one?
No, I'm not quite ready to, say my intent yet.
And additional discussion here. I tell you, this one is a hard one for me. We've got certainly guides who have based their business on this for the past 3 years. I like having a hard number, whether the 25% or 10% or 20% is the right number. But at the same time, our residents are facing declines in some of the caribou herds that are typically hunted, like the Nelchina herd. Opportunity's gone away. So, but this, again, it's not an IM species. It's not a subsistence species because we're in the non-subsistence area. So we just have to make a decision on what we think the best use of that is. Go ahead, Jake.
Hey, thanks, and thanks for those comments. You know, my general thoughts are there are a lot of small businesses out there. The trophy quality is really high. This isn't a hunt where residents are filling their freezers, so I'm not going to support it.
Go ahead, Stosh.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. To the department, so in 2022, there's 8,000 applicants, but how many applicants did you have in 2016 and 17?
Through the chair, Member Hoffman, I don't have those numbers right now, but it has pretty consistently been a popular, you know, the odds of drawing that permit they've been low for a long time. So it's always had a pretty high number of people that put in for that permit. And one of the reasons is for that, it's one of the only consistent drawing permits for caribou.
Okay, I just thought we could weed out some of this Cabela stuff with that information. So you think it was still close to 8,000 even back then?
Through the chair, yeah.
Okay. Additional discussion from board members on the proposal. Go ahead, Dave.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Really popular hunt with the residents. It's close to large population centers, Fairbanks, Anchorage, all up and down the highway. Generally it's easy access, or even if you have to fly in, it's a fairly short trip. So there is quite a bit of easy access to get into the area. And I just really think that it's a really popular resident hunt. And I think we should have a few more permits for the residents.
Okay. Now, if you want to propose a different number than you did in your last time, or a different way of getting to there, we could make an amendment. Again, I'm concerned that we have, well, first off, it wouldn't be applicable until next year, so it's not going to affect a business person who has this year's client, but and it's non-guided, so, and it's not a guide allocation area, or, you know, so it's kind of random. That's why you're using a booking agent to get lots of feed in there to get clients. I suspect a lot of these people also hunt for other species while they're here. But I would like to see if in any amendment that we might do, regardless of what the percentage is, that it's a hard cap so that people, you know, can kind of plan, those people who do business there. Because an up to number, you know, could allow, you know, could vary tremendously year to year for the guide businesses. Go ahead, Dave.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to make an amendment to the proposal, the second request on the proponent's proposal with a hard number of 15%. And let's talk about that a little bit. And I'm going to have a little wiggle room on that number, but I'd like to have it below 25. But let's talk about 15% with a hard number. And what number of permits then would be available in the current allocation of 150 that we have on the board now. Thank you.
Second.
Amendment's been moved and seconded.
Through the chair, that's 22.5%. So, or would be 23 permits.
And that compares to how many permits under the current allocation?
$38.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Even though there are guided caribou hunts in this area, there's still probably a large number of those are do-it-yourself non-residents because they don't really have to have a guide. Might be out with, so I think that number would still allow stability for the guiding industry. It'll give them a solid number. They can go ahead and not worry about an up to number. And still be able to book caribou hunts, and also those folks will still be able to, harvest incidental species such as wolves and maybe moose in that area, black bears in that area also.
Thank you, Dave. Any additional discussion on the amendment? Go ahead, Jake.
Hey, thank you, Mr. Chair. As far as that goes along those lines, this is kind of an area where a non-resident that's going to be guided comes out to target caribou. It isn't a caribou going to be added on as a incidental. It's their target. It's their goal. So, just for those reasons, I won't support the amendment.
Okay, additional discussion on the amendment. Go ahead, Natalie.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So just a couple things to put on the record. I know Member Hoffman asked about number of applications received back in 2016 and 2017 compared to 2022. One of the reasons we don't readily have that data for you now is because the board changed the rules on how people apply. They, in, I believe it was 2017, started allowing people to apply for up to 6 times per species and all 6 for the same hunt. So our data just doesn't quite jive with what it did back then. So that's one reason we don't have that for you right now. And another thing I'd like to point out is a lot of the questions you've been asking are actually covered in our department A&R. And just to very briefly put it on the record again while you're considering this, during RY, so regulatory year 2011 to 2020, an average of 20 permits, which was 13%, were awarded annually to non-residents, and the non-residents took an average of 21% of the caribou harvested annually. And then the portion of permits awarded to non-residents during the time period was not stable and was increasing from an average of 8% from 2011 to 21%. It was 8% from 2011 to 2016, and then 21% from 2017 to 2020. And so in 2020, when the board took action, they allocated a maximum of 25% to non-residents. So that's kind of the issue that the proponent is getting at. So really, you've got a lot of wiggle room in there. We've seen an increase. You guys set it at a little bit higher than what the average was, and the proponent, I believe, is asking to reduce that.
Correct. And the amendment is to do 15% to non-residents.
Right, a hard 15%.
Right. And that amendment's before us. Any additional discussion on the amendment? Call a question on the amendment.
On the amendment of 15% permits for non-residents, Mr. Hoffman,
Yes.
Mr. Cooney,
Yes.
Mr. Loring,
Yes.
Ms. Cusack,
No.
Mr. Fletcher,
No.
Chairman Burnett.
Yes.
The amendment carries 4 yeas to 2 nays.
Okay, the amended proposal is before us. Additional discussion on the proposal as amended.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll be supporting the proposal as amended based on the comments I made for the amendment. And I think this is the right way to go. We're still going to give a guaranteed number of permits to non-residents so they can put that into their business models. It's a very popular resident hunt. Lots of easy access and opportunity for trophy animals, which you just don't see very many other places in the state. And for that, I'll be supporting the proposal.
Yeah. Thank you. Any additional discussion on the proposal? Jake?
Hey, thank you, Mr. Chair. In efforts to kind of maintain a couple of the small businesses out there, of those 15% I'm curious to hear the board members' discussion if we could have half of those be a guide-client agreement required. So it kind of split up those hunters with half of them, need to go with the guide, and the other half maybe they could also hire a guide, but, they could, go with the transporter.
Board discussion on that issue? Dave?
Thank you. I'm comfortable with that. I would just like to hear from the department if that's something that they can put into place in the next year. And I know we have it in other areas in different hunts, so if that would work, that'd be absolutely fine with that.
Through the chair, we have that kind of split allocation between non-residents and other species, other hunts. So when the regulation takes effect, not this year, but next year, because those permits have been awarded, we can easily do that. We could advertise for that this fall in the drawing supplement.
Okay, thank you. Are you going to make that in the form of an amendment?
Thank you. I'll attempt to, and I hope the people that are smarter than I am can grasp my, what I'm meaning to say. Of the hard number, 15%, half of those applicants need to have a signed guide-client agreement in order to put in for the draw.
Second.
Been moved and seconded. Additional discussion on that, James?
Yeah, that makes sense to me. What Member Fletcher's asking for. I think that was maybe kind of what I was thinking in my head when I was voting for the original, or the previous amendment. So makes sense to me what you're asking for from there.
Thank you. Additional discussion on the amendment? Did you call the question on the amendment?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, on that amendment, and I think everyone's clear on that, what that is. I'm not going to restate it unless you'd like me to.
No, you're good.
Mr. Loring,
Yes.
Ms. Cusack,
Yes.
Mr. Fletcher,
Yes.
Chairman Burnett,
Yes.
Mr. Hoffman,
Yes.
Mr. Cooney.
Yes.
That amendment carries 6 to 0, one member recused.
Okay, thank you. Now the amended proposal is before us, which goes to a hard cap of 15% non-resident permits in this area with a requirement that half of those permits, or as close as you can get to half, have a signed guide contract, so they'll have a unique identification number. And without any additional discussion on this, that when this came up in 2020, I think the board went a little bit beyond its policy in going up to 25%. When it hit the history, it was very short. I was on the board at the time. This wasn't my idea either way. But it is a very important, it's very important to people's businesses out there. Right now, there's a number of places where caribou hunting has been restricted to both residents and non-residents as a result of population swings on the caribou, particularly the Nelchina herd, which is often hunted by people from this area. So additional resident, in my opinion, additional resident take is necessary. Is warranted. So I think I'm going to support this 15%. It's kind of a compromise. But with the guide requirement, which I hate to vote for. I have a philosophical problem with that. I'm going to vote for it anyway. So that's my opinion. Thanks. Additional discussion?
I think we've had quite a bit of discussion on the proposal in various forms, and most of our thoughts have been out there, and I'd like to call for the question.
Okay, question's been called. Next job.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. Board heard no concerns from the public regarding costs to private persons if this regulation is adopted.
Go ahead, Cheryl.
Through the chair, Member Loring, do you want to consider the costs to the 25% that are now mostly guided as compared to half of the 15% that will be guided?
I'm not sure that applies since this is going to happen right now. It's going to be a year from now, but I can definitely, if we think that's appropriate.
There is a potential that some non-residents may have additional costs if they have to be into the guided pool, but I think a large number of these people are guided already, and so we don't have a way of knowing, especially because you don't require guides for caribou, and you wouldn't know at this point. So there's potential for some of those non-residents to have additional costs as a result of this, but maybe they don't. Maybe it's even better. So, yeah, we talked about it. Go ahead, Dave.
And Ms. Brooking, is this conversation good enough to cover that we did bring that up, or should we go further on that?
Through the chair, Member Loring, I was just wanting a discussion on the record. Thank you.
Thank you. Christie, would you poll the board?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, final action on Proposal 180 as amended. Mr. Hoffman?
Yes.
Mr. Cooney?
Yes.
Mr. Loring?
Yes.
Mrs. Cusack?
Yes.
Mr. Fletcher?
Yes.
Chairman Burnett?
Yes.
Proposal carries as amended, 6-0, with Member Burnett recused.
Okay, go ahead.
Mr. Chair, I move to adopt Proposal 181, allow non-resident sheep hunting in Unit 20 Alpha by drawing permit only.
Proposal's been moved and seconded from the department.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Proposal 181 would allow non-resident sheep hunting in Unit 20A by drawing permit only. This is proposed by Resident Hunters of Alaska, and the department is neutral. The current season in Unit 20A for non-residents is August 10th to September 20th, with one ram of full curl horns, 8 years old, or broomed on both sides by harvest ticket. The proposed season would change only, the season will be the same, the bag limit would be the same. However, the bag limit is one sheep every 4 years. However, this would change it to drawing permit with up to 20 permits available for non-residents. This is a map of Unit 20A, south of Fairbanks. The department conducts a trend count, minimum count survey each year in Unit 20A. It's a 201 square mile area within the sheep country. The total sheep habitat in 20A is about 1,520 square miles. This map just kind of shows where that sheep trend count area lies within Unit 20A. As I mentioned in my overview, the sheep population had been good for quite a few years in 20A. However, from 2020, we've seen a decline in the number of sheep within this area. We also have seen a decline in the harvest, with a low of 36 rams taken in 2022 and then 40 in 2023. In our sheep survey area, in 2020 through 2023, we had an average of 342 sheep per year counted. Just to show where we're at, from 2007 through 2019, in that same area, we were seeing about 673 sheep. So we're down to about half the sheep within that survey area. Also showing for those same time frames, after the sheep numbers started falling, we had an average harvest of 46 rams per year in Unit 20A from 2020 to current. And you can see that's down by half, or a little below half, from 2007 and 2019, where we were harvesting 100 rams per year. Over the long term, from 2010 through 2023, non-residents harvest 53% of the sheep, meaning residents harvest 47%. Over the last 5 years, and within that is when the population declined, this is the numbers that you see that's currently happening in Unit 20A. Total hunters in Unit 20A over the last 5 years is 191 hunters. On average, 140 resident hunters, and on average 49 non-resident hunters. The average harvest in that 5-year span, which is just before the population declined, and during the decline, the total harvest was 54 rams per year. Residents harvested 24 of those rams, and non-residents harvested 30 of those rams. This proposal is an allocation issue. Unit 20A is managed under the full curl harvest strategy, which is a very conservative harvest strategy. So in closing, Proposal 181 would allow non-resident sheep hunting in Unit 20A by drawing permit only. This is proposed by Resident Hunters of Alaska, and the department's recommendation is we're neutral.
Thank you, and thank you for not explaining the details of the full curl management strategy, since we've seen it a few times. And board members. Go ahead, Jake.
Hey, thanks. This question's for the department. What's the average age of sheep that are coming out of 20A for the last maybe couple, 2-3 years? Has the age average age dropped, or has it stayed pretty steady?
Through the chair, Member Fletcher, I believe this last year we saw a slight decrease, but it's been pretty stable in that area, 7, 8-year-old age class.
Go ahead, Jake.
Hey, thanks, just to follow up again, that trend count area you're talking about, is that the one you referred to as being the longest running one in the state that you have going on?
Through the chair, yes, sir.
Okay, additional board questions, discussion? Not seeing people jumping out on this, but, so I'll make a couple of comments. You know, we've had a lot of sheep proposals, and they're due primarily to lower sheep numbers that have nothing to do with hunting. And, you know, sheep, this is the only place in the United States where a person can come and get adult sheep. And so it's a very valuable species, and it's a very valuable species to the people who live here too. But I'm not in the mood to, or of the opinion that we should make changes based on the temporary reduction in sheep on the mountains. We'll have to look at this over more time. So I think we need to continue to look at this, but I'm not going to vote for this time. Dave.
Thank you for your comments, Mr. Chairman. I've always been a really strong supporter of the full curl management strategy and hunted for years under both 7/8 and full curl. And it works, I think, and I think that's self-limiting in itself. And I know that we have a lot of state land issues and a lot of guides in this area too, which I think will eventually get worked out down the line. But what we see right now, I'm not going to support this either. I think the full curl management strategy, which is very conservative, will still give opportunity for both residents and non-residents to take sheep. Thank you.
Additional discussion on the proposal? Go ahead, James.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, I'm in agreement with both Member Loring and yourself that I think the board has been pretty consistent that, you know, these are environmental issues that are putting a stress on the sheep populations, and that, you know, having a knee-jerk reaction to limit hunting opportunity for either resident or non-resident is not the course that most of the board has been, position that we've been taking. So I'm not going to be supporting it either.
Thank you. Additional discussion? If not, are we ready for the question?
Call the question.
Question's been called. Dave?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The board shared no concerns from the public regarding costs to private persons if this regulation is adopted.
Thank you. Christie, would you pull the board?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, final action on proposal 181. Mr. Cooney?
No.
Mr. Hoffman?
No.
Chairman Burnett?
No.
Mr. Fletcher?
No.
Ms. Cusack?
No.
And Mr. Lauren?
No.
Proposal fails 0-6.
Mr. Chair,
Could you wait for Al to get back in his chair so he can second it?
Mr. Chair, move to adopt proposal 182, lengthen the brown grizzly bear season in units 20 Alpha, 20 Bravo, 25 Charlie for residents and non-residents by 2 weeks to close June 15.
Second.
Well, this proposal's been moved and seconded. Hear from the department.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Proposal 182 would lengthen the brown grizzly bear season in units 20A, 20B, and 25C for residents and non-residents by 2 weeks to close on June 15th. This is proposed by the Fairbanks Fish and Game Advisory Committee, and the department recommendation is to support. This map shows the 3 units affected by this proposal. Units 20A, 20 south of Fairbanks, 20B where Fairbanks lies, and 25C north of Fairbanks. The current season for both residents and non-residents is September 1 to May 31st. Note that bears may be taken over bait from April 15th, and my slide says May 15th, but until May 31st. This proposed season would extend the bear season for both residents and non-residents to go from September 1st to June 15th. Bears would be able to be taken over bait from April 15th until June 15th. I'd like the board to consider the next several proposals when thinking about this proposal. Proposal 183 lengthens the brown bear season in 20A by 2 weeks. So this proposal would cover that same proposal. This one's a little more liberal because it's 3 game management units. Proposal 184 would lengthen brown bear seasons by 3 weeks in the fall. So instead of opening September 1st, the bear season would open August 10th. And then proposal 185 would lengthen the brown bear seasons in 20A and 20B by 4 weeks in the spring to end June 30th. The department prefers the board to support one of the proposals if they wish, but not all of them. Units 20A, 20B, and 25C have no brown bear population estimates. Management activities consist of monitoring the harvest. Over the course of time, brown bear seasons and bag limits have slowly been liberalized. Tag fee exemption started first. Then we had an increase in bag limit in these units where it went from 1 bear every 4 years to 1 bear every year. Then we've lengthened seasons to what they once were, and then allowing the use of bait. So over time, there's been liberalization in these units. The average harvest of brown bears in Unit 20A is 24 bears per year. 5 of those bears are harvested annually over bait, and Unit 20A on an average has 84 bait stations per year registered in it. Unit 20B has an average harvest of 12 brown bears per year. About half of those are taken over bait in the spring. And Unit 20B over the last 5 years has an average of 339 bait stations registered annually. And then 20C has an average harvest of 3 brown bears per year, a harvest of only 1 per spring over bait, and only about 10 bait stations are registered annually in 25C. The number of bear hunters is high around Fairbanks. The department has no biological concern lengthening the season by 15 days. The department prefers this proposal over 183, 184, or 185 to slowly increase harvest. Because we monitor this population by harvest only, we like to, if there's an increase in liberalization, we like it to be slow so we can monitor the effects of it. So in closing, proposal 182 would lengthen the brown and grizzly bear seasons in Unit 20A, 20B, and 25C for residents and non-residents by 2 weeks to close on June 15th. This is proposed by the Fish and Game Advisory Committee, and the department's recommendation is to support.
Thank you. Board members. Go ahead, Al.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think I'm leaning towards supporting 182. I think the department gave us through their overview, gave us a clear choice. And I think easing into something like this and watching our harvest, watching our skull size and, our female take would be the best proposal to address lengthening the season for brown bears. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Brett. Go ahead, Dave.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. With this longer season into June, I don't think it would help much for the brown bear rug situation. They get pretty rubbed, and so I'm not sure just how much effort we're going to have. There will be some additional effort, which is good, and I support that, but I don't think there'll be as much as other folks might be thinking.
Thank you. Jake.
Hey, thank you, Mr. Chair. Back on your graph here on slide like 97 in 20B, 339 registered bait stations and the average harvest being 12. I would think that would be pretty low take.
Through the chair, Member Fletcher. So black bear baiting in Fairbanks really doesn't get going until about Memorial Weekend. Now, the bears come out on average earlier, but before they start hitting bait stations, it's usually somewhere around Memorial Weekend. That's when we see kind of the harvest really pick up by those hunting bears over bait. Now, the black bear season continues through June, and there's quite a few black bears taken over the first and second week of June. And then it really tails off as hunters, I think, start fishing and doing other things. Well, the brown bear is kind of the same. The brown bears, even though they may come out slightly earlier than the black bears, they don't show up at the bait stations until sometime around Memorial Weekend. So one of the big complaints I hear from bear baiters in this area is they got brown bears coming in, but it's not until after the season closes on May 31st.
Thank you.
Thank you. Additional discussion? Jake?
You know, I guess since Member Brett brung it up, do you happen to have like your skull sizes and your bore sow take breakdown for 20A and 20B and 25C?
Through the chair, Member Fletcher, I didn't bring 25C because it's such a low harvest. I will tell you, I've analyzed this data numerous times, and there is a lot of variation. I can never pick up anything very biological with this data. However, I do have it. The average male skull, and this is over the last 5 years, in Unit 20A, is 21.5 inches. And the average female skull is 19.1 inches. But I'm gonna note something to you that's fascinating is the male take in Unit 20A, 25% of the bears that are harvested in 20A are Boone and Crockett quality bears. In 20B, the average skull size 20 inches for males and 19 inches for females, and that's over the last 5 years. And about 21% of the male skulls are Boone and Crockett quality, which is 24 or greater.
Go ahead, Jake.
Hey, thank you very much. I don't, correct me if I'm wrong, but when we were talking about Unit 13, didn't Ahtna have like a grizzly bear program study going on? And I think, did the department is working with them or is working with them? You coming up with any ideas or numbers or population estimate things?
Ryan, would you like to comment on that since no one else has?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Through the chair to Member Fletcher. So that was actually a cooperative thing, but we started those programs in the Nelchina Basin, and we've gone out and done bear estimates in several different places now. They're incredibly time-consuming to do them right. They're very expensive, so we're picky about where we do them, but we're ongoing with that.
Thank you.
Thank you. Additional discussion now? Oh, no, actually, go ahead with the department then, Al.
Through the chair, I'd like to add to that a little bit too. The Fairbanks area is different than, say, the Nelchina country. We're really, a majority of our country is wooded, and estimating bears is very difficult. And the department over time, we've seen in multiple areas, the Yukon Flats, the McGrath area, recently in the Mulchatton area, always underestimates the number of bears with their population estimates. Also along with that is the Fairbanks area, we have as you can see on the graph on the screen, it's not a super high take of bears. So if we do come up with a technique, and there are some techniques to estimate bears, the confidence interval of those estimates are so great that it's hard to tell where you even lie with this number of harvest. So, thank you.
Al.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. So yeah, I like your skull sizes and your percentages of super mature bears. So that's kind of showing me that hunters are selective, and if they're harvesting that many adult boars that are, worthy of putting in somebody's record book, my experience with dealing with bears is those larger boars and larger sows, after they get to that maturity, they don't really change in their hair versus a young or an immature bear that's transitioning from a cub to a sub-adult. And so you don't normally see the rubbing. You just see a very consistent hair quality on it. It's even and not rubbed. Well, my question to Tony would be that, and I didn't see it or you maybe didn't mention it, but what is the female versus boar take?
Through the chair, Member Brett, in Unit 20A, over the last 5 years, 43% of the bears is females. In Unit 20B, over the last 5 years, 36% of the harvest is females.
So I would just add to it that even though with that female harvest and that skull size they have on females, they're taking mature adult females that don't have cubs at the time. So I still think this is a pretty good proposal.
Thank you, Dave.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Tony, on the number of bait stations you have in 20B, most of those folks are probably targeting black bears. Is that correct?
Through the chair, Member Loring, that is black bear bait stations.
Okay.
And that number varies greatly on a lot of things, mostly the military. You know, on years of high deployment, that number goes down. But the reality of it is most of those hunters would harvest whatever came in, black bear or brown.
Additional discussion on this? I intend to support it. There's other proposals here that allow for probably a less selective harvest if you're looking at an area where it has high amounts of trophy bears. This is in my opinion, the best one to look at. So, James.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm intending to support it as well. And just for the record, you had 4 ACs that supported it with 1 that did not. And so the department made pretty compelling arguments on this one being a conservative approach to opening up some more opportunity.
Go ahead.
Yeah, just one more thing for the record, Mr. Chairman. This would also add additional opportunity for subsistence.
Thank you. Additional discussion from board members? If not,
Call the question, Mr. Chair.
question's been called.
Thank you. The board showed no concerns from the public regarding costs of private persons if this regulation is adopted.
Thank you. Christie, would you poll the board?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, final action on Proposal 182. Mr. Barrett,
Yes.
Mr. Loring,
Yes.
Ms. Cusack,
Yes.
Mr. Fletcher,
No.
Chairman Burnett,
Yes.
Mr. Hoffman,
Yes.
Mr. Cooney.
Yes.
Proposal carries by a vote of 6 yeas to 1 nay.
Mr. Chair, I move to take no action on Proposal 183, 184, and 185 due to the action taken on 182.
Second.
Without objection, we'll take no action on proposals 183 through 185. We had a discussion on the merits of the other proposals during the discussion on 182. Go ahead.
Mr. Chair, I move to adopt Proposal 186, close a portion of 20 Charlie to wolf hunting and trapping.
Second.
Been moved and seconded. Department.
Proposal 186 would establish a closed area for the taking of wolves near Denali National Park in Unit 20C. This is proposed by Denali National Park and Preserve. The department's recommendation is to oppose. This proposal would close wolf hunting and trapping season in a portion of Unit 20C. The current hunting season is August 10th to April 15th. The current trapping season is November 1st to April 30th. This map shows the proposed closed area. It lies on the edge of Denali National Park near the Parks Highway and Healy. You can see I circled that area in red on this map. This is a zoomed in version of the proposed wolf closure area. The most recent wolf estimates near this area were in Unit 20A in 2015, where we had just over 22 wolves per 1,000 square miles. In Unit 20C in 2012, we had 10.7 wolves per 1,000 square miles. For the proposed area, an average of 3 wolves per year were harvested during 2018 through 2022. This would be a loss of opportunity for hunters and trappers. Also, the proposal mentions portions of uniform coding units, or UCUs, as part of this closed area. The department does not manage at the UCU level like the proposal is asking. The department has no biological concerns with wolf populations or harvest in this area. And also, this area is adjacent to 7,406 square mile area of refugia, and also known as Denali National Park, that is closed to hunting and trapping. In closing, Proposal 186 would establish a closed area for the taking of wolves near Denali National Park in Unit 20C. This is proposed by Denali National Park and Preserve, and the department's recommendation is to oppose.
Thank you. Questions from board members? Go ahead, Jake.
Hey, thank you, Mr. Chair. Just to start building the record here, Anchorage AC supported it. We had a lot of public testimony that supported it. Tanana, Rampart, Manly AC supported it as well. We have 3 ACs that are opposing it.
Thank you. Board discussion. You know, this issue has been before the board before in various forms. It's gone both ways over a long period of history. It's been before the Alaska legislature, where the Alaska legislature did not take such an action to close this. It's been before Congress. And people continue to come to Denali Park in spite of testimony that people only come here to see wolves, or that this would have some effect on tourism. The limiting factors on Denali tourism have nothing to do with how many wolves people see. And so I think the economic arguments that have been made are without basis. In fact, I asked the the Denali Park superintendent last time if he thought this would make any difference to the number of people that came to the park. And he said no. So I'm going to vote against this. There's really no purpose from the state's, from my perspective in reducing the opportunity in this way. Go ahead, Al.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. And to build on the record a little bit, using wolf population data collected by the National Parks or the Denali National Park, 2010, when it did open back up, they had 10 packs and 65 wolves counted in the spring and 89 in the fall count. And currently at 2023, they have 13 packs with a spring count of 81 and a wolf count in the fall of 59. So the wolf population has increased. I would also add that Denali National Park has a vehicle management plan now, which reduces the amount of traffic that's on the road, and they reduce the time at viewing spots. So thus you'll reduce some of the opportunity to actually see wolves.
Any additional discussion on this? If not, are we ready for the
Call the
question?
question, Mr. Chairman.
Question's been called.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. The board shared no concerns from the public regarding costs of private persons if this regulation is adopted.
Thank you. Christie, would you pull the board?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Final action on Proposal 186. Mr. Hoffman?
No.
Mr. Cooney?
No.
Mr. Barrett?
No.
Mr. Loring?
No.
Ms. Cusack?
No.
Mr. Fletcher?
No.
Chairman Burnett?
No.
Proposal fails 0 to 7.
Mr. Chair, move to adopt Proposal 187, lengthen the wolverine trapping season in Unit 20 Charlie to March 31st.
Second.
Thank you. It's been moved and seconded. Department?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As I start this proposal, I want to mention that there was an administrative error when this proposal was submitted. If you look at the title of the proposal, it says it wants to lengthen the wolverine season in multiple game units by 15 days. However, I think the proponent, who is a trapper in Unit 20C, has written testimony, and the intention of this proposal is to align the wolverine season in Unit 20C. So I'm going to proceed with my presentation as the intention of the trapper that submitted this proposal. So Proposal 187 would lengthen the wolverine trapping season in a portion of 20C by 1 month. This was proposed by a member of the public, and the department's recommendation is to support. The intent of this proposal is to align the wolverine trapping season in Unit 20C. No other game management units are intended to be changed in this proposal. The current season in Unit 20C west of the Toklat and Kantishna River is November 1st to March 31st. In the remainder of 20C, the trapping season for wolverines is November 1st to February 29th, so a month shorter. This map shows Unit 20C. That area in orange, the wolverine trapping season is November 1st to March 31st. The remainder of the area on the east side of the unit is November 1st to February 29th. During 2018 through 2022, the average harvest in Unit 20C is 11 wolverines. East of the Kantishna River and Toklat Rivers, the area that only goes to February 29th, the average harvest is 7 wolves per year. I will add, in the portion that's open through March, the average harvest is 1 wolverine per year in March. 70% of the harvest during the last 5 years was male wolverines. A few considerations for the board. The western portion of Unit 20C, the wolverine season was extended at the 2017 Board of Game meeting. Western 20C is remote and has less access than Eastern 20C. Eastern 20C is accessible from the Parks Highway. I will note Southern 20C has a large area, Denali National Park, a large area of refugia for wolverines where it's closed to trapping. Also, just to note, adjacent units 20B to the north of 20C and 20A just to the east of 20C, the wolverine trapping season ends February 29th. So in closing, Proposal 187 would lengthen a portion of the wolverine season and a portion of Unit 20C by 1 month. This is proposed by the public, and the department's recommendation is to support.
Thank you, board members. Go ahead, Al.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for that clarification on the proposal, Tony. And I've been pretty consistent throughout this whole meeting of not supporting wolverine opportunities, into March. But also, this would unify the Unit 20C, which, having half of it as one season and half of the other one. So at this time, I'm leaning to support this just for unification of the unit. And then hopefully somebody will maybe bring a proposal in the future to consider the effects of harvesting wolverine during the denning season.
The way the proposal's written, it would appear that it applies farther than this. I wonder if we should do an amendment to make it consistent with the department's proposal, the department's presentation. Go ahead, Cheryl.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I was going to suggest that it should be amended if we're going to go with what Tony believes the intent is.
Right.
If that's what the board wants to do. Otherwise, the proposal was to extend for 2 weeks.
Right. Go ahead, Al.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm going to make an amendment to Proposal 187. I move to amend Proposal 187 to only include 20C and then to align, I don't know if they would call it the remainder, wolverine trapping season 1 November to 31 March. And that
Unit
would
20C.
Yeah, and that would change the wolverine season on the 20C. Is that south or is that east? East. That would change that season to 1 November to 31 March.
Second.
Been moved and seconded. You understood go ahead, Dave.
Thank you. Just clarification, Member Brent and Tony, so the area we're talking about is that area east of the Toklat River drainage up to that's on map 127. And that falls down to the Kantishna, which goes down to the Tanana River there. So is that the area we're talking about?
To the chair, Member Loring, yes. It's the area on the map that I have on the screen there. It's not, the orange area already goes to March 31st, so it's basically the remainder of 20C.
Okay, and just to follow up, most of the area in the orange has the larger population areas in Old-Matumina and those folks that go across the river from Manly, and so I'll be supporting the amendment to outline that. Thank you.
Any additional discussion on the amendment?
Call the question on the
On the
amendment,
amendment.
Mr. Chairman.
On the amendment, I'm not going to restate it. I
Okay.
think that was clear. Ms. Cusack?
Yes.
Mr. Fletcher?
Yes.
Chairman Burnett?
Yes.
Mr. Hoffman?
Yes.
Mr. Cooney?
Yes.
Mr. Barrett?
Yes.
And Mr. Loring?
Yes.
The amendment carries 7-0.
Any additional discussion on the amended proposal? Go ahead, Al.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just to build on the record, I think despite my concern about catching Wolverine in March, it does unify the entire 20C unit, which is, it saves on complication of regulations.
Thank you. Any additional discussion, Dave?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, I agree with Member Barrett's comments, and this area is really remote. There's river access, maybe a little bit of fly-in access, and possibly some snow machine access, but the majority of the effort's probably already in the western portion, where the larger population centers are. So I think there'll be very little additional harvest with this additional opportunity.
Thank you. Additional discussion? If not, go ahead.
Call the question on proposal 188 as amended.
Thank you.
Thank you. The board showed no concerns from the public regarding costs of private persons that this regulation is adopted.
Excuse me, Mr., it was 187.
Yeah, 187.
As amended.
Final action on proposal 187 as amended. Mr. Fletcher?
Yes.
Chairman Burnett?
Yes.
Mr. Hoffman?
Yes.
Mr. Cooney?
Yes.
Mr. Barrett?
Yes.
Mr. Loring?
Yes.
Ms. Cusack?
No.
Proposal carries as amended 6-1.
Q, go ahead.
Mr. Chair, move to adopt proposal 188, open beaver trapping in a portion of 20 Bravo.
Second.
Been moved and seconded. Department?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Proposal 188 would open beaver trapping season in a portion of Unit 20B. This was proposed by a member of the public, and the department recommendation is neutral. This proposal would open a portion of Unit 20B to trapping of beaver. The current regulations in the remainder of 20B for beaver trapping season is September 25th to May 31st. The area in question is Unit 20B, that portion of the Chena River downstream from its confluence with the Little Chena River and Creamer's Field Migratory Refuge has no open season for beaver trapping. This proposal is concerned with just the Chena River portion of the closed area. I have a Google Earth map for you to look at that highlights this area that is closed to beaver trapping season. The Chena River is highlighted by the blue line. It's closed from the confluence with the Little Chena River. The river in this map flows from right to left, flows downstream and dumps out into the Tanana River. If you zoom in and look at this, you can see that the whole length of the river is very inhabited parts of Fairbanks. There's houses all along it. It flows through the middle of Fort Wainwright, and then it flows through downtown Fairbanks. That portion of the Chena River has been closed to trapping for over 25 years. The Chena River has a high population of beaver, both within this closed area and up the whole length of the river, all the way out to Chena Hot Springs, has lots of beavers in it. That portion of the Chena River flows through populated areas and through downtown Fairbanks. It was originally closed due to conflict amongst the public. Now, trapping does occur in this area under 5 AAC 92041, which is a nuisance beaver permit. Some of the issues with this, the area is highly populated by Fairbanks residents. That section of river also has a high population of beaver. Some residents along the river like beavers, others do not. Beavers do beaver things in this area. They come into yards, chew down trees, plug culverts, and build dams, the whole 9 yards. However, there's lots of recreational activity on and along this river. And also, a good portion of the property along the river during the whole length of this is private property. 5 AAC 92041 is a permit to take beavers to controlled damage or property. This permit has worked very well for the department. It allows the department to strategically take problem beavers. It allows the department to prevent trapping in high traffic areas, such as some of the campgrounds that sit on the Chena River and along bike paths that run along the river. It also allows the department to let a trapper trap only a specific lodge. And this makes it easier for the department to mitigate conflict amongst those that want to trap and don't like trapping, and like beavers and don't like beavers. So, in closing, Proposal 188 would open beaver trapping in a portion of Unit 20B. This was proposed by the public, and the department is neutral.
Thank you. Another department comment here before we go on.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. For the record, my name is Mark Birch. I would like to just reaffirm that the department, of course, is supportive of trapping, but as area biologist Tony Hollis has pointed out, there are some real potentials for conflict in this area, and the question is whether that's something you want to open the state up to. Thank you.
Thank you. And just to be clear, we do allow trapping for nuisance beavers under a permit. A person can come to the department, get a permit. Go ahead, Dave.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Tony, those gravel pit ponds and other things that are outside the river itself, they do have beaver, several of them do. Are those still open to trapping, or is that currently closed under regulation right now?
Through the chair, Member Loring, the ponds that are not in the river, the ponds off of the river are currently open to trapping, with one exception. Once you get within the city limits, those are not. And so we continue to, if we have issues on one of those gravel pit ponds in the city limits, we can mitigate those problems with a nuisance permit as well.
Okay, and just one more question. So those ponds are down opposite airport property. They're between the dike and the river. That's probably airport property, I would think. So I think it's closed there also. Is that correct?
Through the chair, Member Loring, some of that country is closed to trapping, but that's an airport, because of airport property, airport rule.
Thank you for the clarification. Appreciate it.
Okay. Al.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. My intention is not to support this proposal. This restriction has been in place for many decades. Not only does the department offer nuisance permits, they also offer permits to educate young people. You know, the trapper take young people out. We've had the Girl Scouts out there. We've had the Boy Scouts out there. We have homeschoolers go out there, trapper volunteers. And they catch beavers, they skin them, they put them up, and get them tanned, and make stuff out of them. So it's a real beneficial tool to the community.
Thank you. Any additional discussion on this? Go ahead, Dave.
I won't be supporting this either. I think there's a large, easily accessible beaver population outside this area that folks can still get to if they want to trap beavers. And just perception of, unlimited trapping in downtown Fairbanks is the whole reason it was put in place in the first place. So I'd like to stay away from those conflicts in the future.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to oppose this too. I think the board has a duty to look at this and take care of the conflicts and not ask the city of Fairbanks to step in on this. Go ahead, Ruth.
For the record, it's been opposed by the Fairbanks AC and the Middle Nenana River AC, and then also the Alaska Trappers Association.
Thank you. We ready for the question?
Call the question, Mr. Chairman.
Question's been called.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The board shared no concerns from the public regarding costs of private persons if the regulation is adopted.
Thank you. Christie, would you poll the board?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, final action on Proposal 188. Mr. Hoffman?
No.
Mr. Cooney?
No.
Mr. Barrett?
No.
Mr. Loring?
No.
Ms. Cusack?
No.
Mr. Fletcher?
No.
Chairman Burnett?
No.
Proposal fails 0-7.
Mr. Chair, move to adopt proposal 210, change the subunit boundary for units 20 Alpha, 20 Charlie to the current river channel.
Second.
Been moved and seconded, Department?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Proposal 210 would change the subunit boundary of units 20A and 20C to the current river channel of the Nenana River. This is proposed by the Department of Fish and Game, and the department recommendation is to support. This proposal addresses an issue in the hunting regulations regard to the 20A and 20C boundary. Basically, there's a mistake in the regulations. This proposal was an ACR submitted by the department last November and accepted by the Board of Game. In the Alaska hunting regulations, the boundary description for the 20A and 20C game management unit boundaries and the line on the map showing the game management unit do not match. The unit descriptions below show the existing definitions with the proposed language in bold and underlined. What's important for both the 20A boundary description and the 20C boundary description is highlighted in blue. Unit 20A is bounded on the west by the east bank of the Nenana River. Unit 20C is bounded on the east by the east bank of the Nenana River. This proposal would include the language including 17-mile slough and lost slough to that. This map shows the 20A and 20C boundary, and in the circle is the area that we are addressing our concern with this proposal. I'm going to try to articulate to the board the issue that is occurring right now. On the left-hand side of this map, the map with the red line, that is the current line that you would see in the hunting regulations right now, showing the 20A, 20C boundary. So when you look at the map in the hunting regulations, that's what the line looks like for the 20C, 20A boundary in that area. However, the written description says the Nenana River. That red line is labeled Nenana River on this map, but there's no Nenana River there. The Nenana River flows completely down Lost and 17-mile slough. So this proposal would change the line on the map in the regulations to look like the map on the right here with the yellow line. It would just move that boundary. So if you go into this area currently as a hunter and you look at the map and the regulations, you see the red line as the boundary between 20A and 20C. But if you read the description as the Nenana River, the boundary between these two units, then it lies where the yellow line is. This proposal would fix an issue in the hunting regulations. It would eliminate confusion for hunters hunting the area, and it would actually create an enforceable GMU boundary, because currently that country between the yellow line and the red line is not enforceable as into a game unit. So proposal 210 would change the subunit boundary of unit 20A and 20C to the current river channel of the Nenana River. This is proposed by the Department of Fish and Game, and our recommendation is to support.
Thank you, board members. Go ahead, Stas.
Thank you, Tony. Is the department concerned that if we get a really high water event that it'll shift back again, and would we keep chasing it if it moves again?
Through the chair, Member Hoffman, I don't think so. This is not something that just occurred recently. This has been this way a long time. We're just addressing this issue now. It's probably been this way over 20 years.
Discussion from board members, Al?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I read in one public comment that they were concerned about the taking of cows or antlerless moose for moratorium and funeral potlatches, would this boundary change affect that?
Through the chair, this would add more area to Unit 20C, so it would reduce the opportunity to take cows slightly. However, this would liberalize the moose hunting season in there to any bull from Spike Fork 50.
Thank you, thank you, Tony.
Additional discussion? Go ahead, Al.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I intend to support this. As it's been noted to us, that river that's been dried up for many decades now, you know, the potential of it going back there is very slight, if not at all. And I think the proposed boundary line would be a clear boundary for people that are participating in hunting and trapping opportunities out there.
Go ahead, Dave.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. A question back to Tony. There's also several public comments about the proposed agricultural land sale. Is that in this area that we're talking about, or is it outside the area, or? I'm not sure just exactly where that's at. Is it on this map anyplace?
Through the chair, Member Loring, I'm going to go back to that map so I can talk about it. The actual bridge that goes across the Nenana River into 20C is below this area. And then the agriculture area currently stands, when you look at the DNR website, is not within this area. It's outside of this, it's actually on the west side of the Teclanica River, and the Teclanica River is labeled on that map. So all of the ag area, proposed ag area, is not within this area. Now, I looked up to see if there's proposed land sales within this area, and I did not see anywhere that is the case, and I also didn't see any case where changing the 20A or 20C boundary made a difference on land sales.
Thank you for that.
Thank you. Additional discussion from board members?
Call the question.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
The board heard no concerns from the public regarding costs to private persons if this regulation is adopted.
Thank you. Christie, would you poll the board?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, final action on proposal 210. Mr. Cooney?
Yes.
Mr. Barrett?
Yes.
Mr. Loring?
Yes.
Ms. Cusack?
Yes.
Mr. Fletcher?
No.
Chairman Burnett?
Yes.
And Mr. Hoffman?
No.
Proposal carries by a vote of 5 yeas to 2 nays.
Okay. At this time, we're going to take a break. We're going to come back with out-of-area proposals after our break. And thank you.
Check, 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 check. Hello, 1, 2, 3.
Hey, Ross, while we're on a break right now, could you do a quick sound check? Make sure we've got good sound coming from you?
Yeah, can you hear me?
If you can just kind of count like from 1 to 10, that would be great.
Sure. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Test, test, test.
That sounds great. Do you want us to do it back and forth, as you're saying? Okay, we'll do a counting game where I'll say 1, you say 2. 1.
Okay. 2,
3,
4.
5. Okay, Annie's telling me that it sounds great and we're all balanced. I'm going to mute myself here again, but when we come back from break, we're going to have one testifier from the Ketchikan AC on before you, but then you'll be up right after that.
Okay, sounds good. Thanks.
Thanks. And Bo, if you don't mind muting yourself till we're back on the record, that'd be great. Thanks.
You got it.
Okay, so we're going to come back on the record here, call the meeting back to order. First thing we're going to take up is an out-of-area proposal, and we're going to have some, actually, before we take up that proposal, we're going to have some testimony from the Ketchikan AC before we take up any proposals. We have a number of proposals left, but they're going to go fairly quickly, I think. When they're done, we're going to take a lunch break. After lunch, we're going to come back and deal with other business, any board findings or anything at that time. It'll give people chances to the Department of Law and the Department of Fish and Game to look at what we've done, see if there's any issues. And so that's the plan. We should be ending fairly early this afternoon. But with that, we're ready for Bo's testimony from the Ketchikan AC.
Hi, good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Hey, good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the board. This is Bo Dale calling on behalf of the Ketchikan AC. I'm the current chairman of the AC, and primarily I'm just calling to convey that the Ketchikan AC supports this proposal 211. It's a department proposal that was generated basically by an oversight on our behalf regarding proposal 43 that was accepted during the Southeast meeting, allowing us to take a second mountain goat down here in the Ketchikan area. The language of the proposal, it didn't include a small area of land just south of the Bradfield Canal, which is actually in Unit 1B, not 1A. So the department put forth this proposal as a matter of housekeeping, and we support it unanimously. It makes good sense to us. I think that the last paragraph of the proposal sums it up by saying the level of confusion caused by the regulations as adopted in 23 was unexpected. The department has no conservation concerns with expanding the 2-goat bag limit hunt area to include the small portion of Unit 1B directly north of the existing RG002 hunt area. So to keep it short and sweet, I just wanted to say that we support this, and thank you guys for taking up this business out of cycle.
Thank you. Any questions from board members? Okay, we last discussed this at the ACR meeting in November, and it's before us. Go ahead, Stosh. You'll move Proposal 211.
Mr. Chair, move to adopt Proposal 211, change the hunt area boundary for Unit 1 Alpha Goat Hunt RG002 and accompanying permit issuance requirements.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Do we have a department presentation? Go ahead.
Yes, Mr. Chair, I believe Ross Dorndorf, the area biologist, is online and ready to present this proposal.
Thank you. You can go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the board, and members of the public. My name is Ross Dorndorf. I am the Ketchikan area biologist. Before you today is Proposal 211. And is it on your screen?
It's not yet. Kyle is working diligently to find it and get it up for us.
Ross, if you want to share your screen, I think you should be able to now.
Okay. Let's All right, that should be showing up. Let me know if you see it.
Okay, we've got it now.
Okay. Copy of this proposal can be found in RC4 tab 9.1. And this is going to be related to changing the hunt boundary of RG002 to match RG001. This was proposed by the Alaska Department of Fish and Game. and the department supports this proposal. And a correction to this slide, as Bo pointed out, the advisory committee here in Ketchikan did vote unanimously in support of this proposal.
Thank you.
Okay, so a little bit of background. In 2023, the Board of Game meeting here in Southeast adopted Proposal 43, which created a 2-goat bag limit for residents. And through that, the RG002, which is the created hunt boundary, was only confined to Game Management Unit 1A. This map depicts that differentiation in the borders. On the left, you can see RG001, which is now a non-resident hunt for the majority of the area, but a resident hunt in that small portion that you can see circled in black. The red boundary that's checkered on the north, and then the gray checkered area represents that differentiation between RG001 and RG002. And that small area is called Unit 1B remainder. And you can find that in your regulations on the handy dandy, and page 42 kind of describes those areas. And on the right, again, we see RG002, which only includes the 1A portion of that hunt. That border is on top of a ridge that runs from Canada to the the southern portion of the Cleveland Peninsula. And in RG001, it follows the Bradfield Canal up a drainage to Canada. What we found is that increased regulatory complexity. We had a number of hunters that were residents buying or getting the RG001 permit, and also a few that accidentally did hunt in the RG002 area with an RG001 permit. Caused confusion as well for hunters that were hunting near that border. As you can imagine, hunting for a mountain critter like a mountain goat, being on top and trying to decipher which side of the mountain the goat is on and where that border lies can be difficult. And one consideration is for the 1B remainder portion is it would increase the bag limit to 2, as we have in the rest of 1A under RG002 as it stands now. Here's just a depiction of a couple graphs. In the upper left, we have the number of folks who hunted in a dark black line from 93 through 2002. Hashed line is the number of goats harvested. This all relates to the area that is outlined in black on the map on the right. And then our minimum counts are on the lower left. You can see there is a declining trend. There is an abrupt decrease in the 90s, early 90s, and that was related to a couple harsh winters that we had. And thereafter, it's remained fairly stable at a lower number. So again, this is proposal 211 to change the hunt boundary of RG002 to match RG001. And the department recommends support. And again, the advisory committee did meet and voted to in support of the proposal.
Thank you. Board member. Go ahead, Al.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I intend to support this proposal. Every now and then we don't get it right at our meetings. And to alleviate any more confusion about that hunt, I'll support this proposal.
Thank you, James.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm with Member Brett as well. I believe there were some concerns that were addressed previous to this, and I appreciate the AC weighing in and voting on this and supporting it, so I'll be in support of it as well.
Thank you. Any additional discussion on this? Dave?
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. Both testimony at the ACR meeting and what I just heard today, I'll be supporting it also.
Thank you.
Call the question, Mr. Chairman.
Question's been called. The board shared no concerns from the public regarding cost to private persons if this regulation is adopted.
Go ahead, Natalie, before we vote.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I apologize for being a little late to the game here. The department is recommending an amendment to the proposal as well to help us completely clean up the language and prevent us from having to be back here again. So just confirmation of if you want the proposal with the amendment that we suggest or as written.
What's the RC for your suggested amendment?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So the amendment is actually in our department analysis and recommendations, and I can read it very, very quickly. We did not submit a separate RC for it.
Okay.
So the existing language says the pursuit of a second goat cannot occur in the trend count area of the original harvest. And our suggested change, what we were asking you to do, in addition to what's in the proposal, is to change that language from trend count area to hunt zone. That's just how we manage goats in that area.
Someone like to make that amendment? Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I wish to amend Proposal 211. I'd like to make the motion to adopt, or make an amendment to 211 to change the regulatory language via the department's comments that they made on record.
Thank you.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Does everyone understand this? So we're going to be looking at hunt zones instead of trend count areas. Call the roll on the amendment.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, on the amendment. Mr. Barrett?
Yes.
Mr. Loring?
Yes.
Ms. Cusack?
Yes.
Mr. Fletcher?
Yes.
Chairman Burnett?
Yes.
Mr. Hoffman?
Yes.
Mr. Cooney?
Yes.
The amendment carries 7-0.
Amended proposal is before us. Additional discussion on that? Go ahead, Al.
Yeah, with that amendment, we actually got it really cleared up this time, so I'm still in support of it. Thank you.
Thank you. Any additional discussion?
Call the question.
Okay. Dave, you've given that before. Just confirm that it's the same.
Everything's correct from the first time.
Thank you. Go ahead, Christie, would you poll the board?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Final action on Proposal 211. Mr. Loring?
Yes.
Mr. Barrett?
Yes.
Mr. Cooney?
Yes.
Mr. Hoffman?
Yes.
Chairman Burnett?
Yes.
Mr. Fletcher?
Yes.
Ms. Cusack?
Yes.
That proposal carries as amended 7-0.
Mr. Chair, I move to adopt Proposal 189, reauthorize the brown bear tag fee exemptions for the Central Southwest region.
Second.
Been moved and seconded. I think for the department response, Natalie.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll be tackling these next proposals for you, and rather than giving you a single slide presentation, we're just going to talk through them. So the department submitted Proposal 189 to reauthorize the brown bear tag fee exemptions for the Central Southwest region. The department submitted the proposal and supports it, and as you can see, we have advisory committee support for it as well.
Thank you. Any board discussion on that? Go ahead, Al.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll be also in support of this. The tag fee exemption's been in place for a long time, and it does take that burden away from subsistence opportunity by not having to have a brown bear tag.
Thank you, Dave.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll be supporting it also, and it'll make it a little bit easier for that split-second decision to take a brown bear if an opportunity arises, if they don't have to worry about having a tag in their back pocket, so I support that.
Thank you. Any additional discussion? I think we're ready for the question.
Call the question, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The board shared no concern from the public regarding costs to private persons if this regulation is adopted.
Thank you. Christie, would you poll the board?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Final action on Proposal 189. Ms. Cusack?
Yes.
Mr. Fletcher?
Yes.
Chairman Burnett?
Yes.
Mr. Hoffman?
Yes.
Mr. Cooney?
Yes.
Mr. Barrett?
Yes.
Mr. Loring?
Yes.
Proposal carries 7-0.
Mr. Chair, I move to take no action on Proposal 190. We took that up in Kotzebue.
Second.
We moved and seconded without objection because we have already taken care of that the previous meeting. At this time, I want to ask the department, in the past, I believe we've taken up antlerless moose hunts reauthorizations as a group and not individually in cases where they're outside the area we are. And unless there's some here that don't have AC support and we should talk about them separately,
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Unfortunately, there are 3 antlerless proposals that we do not have AC support for. We
Okay.
do have for the rest. Those proposals are 192, 193, and 194, so the Unit 13 antlerless hunts. We do have AC support for all of the remainder of the antlerless reauthorizations.
So we could have a motion to. Go ahead, Ryan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to speak to 192, 193, and 194. We heard public testimony concerning these reauthorizations. As I mentioned earlier, we recognize they're contentious as well. I had an opportunity to sit down with folks from Unit 13, and we're working on that, and I anticipate that we'll see those proposals back before you in the near future.
Thank you, and I believe that we take up that area next year
That is correct.
in January. Go ahead, Al.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Meaning taking up in the future, reauthorization of antler moose is annual.
I understand that would have to be a new proposal for antlerless moose in those areas, but we expect to see one from the department next year at the regional meeting for those areas.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
Mr. Chair, I move to adopt proposals 191, 195, 196, 197, 198, 199, and 200.
Second.
Proposals have been moved and seconded. Natalie or Ryan, would you like to speak to those? Okay. I think we all understand what these are. We've had explanations in previous regions, so what is the will of the, any discussion on these? Confirming AC support, and yeah. And, okay, Natalie?
While board members are looking at their matrix, I would like to point out that one vote that's not on here is for proposal 191, and that's because the Prince William Sound Cordova AC did not meet until March 18th, but they have submitted their official notes. So that may not be in your matrix, but we do have that official vote.
Okay, thank you. Cordova. Okay, Dave?
What was that a support, Natalie?
To clarify, that was a unanimous 12-0 support of the antlerless reauthorization.
Thank you. Board discussion on this, it's typically an annual process for those areas outside the region, which we're discussing. Go ahead, Ruth.
For the record, all the ACs supported them.
Additional discussion, Al?
Call the question.
Question has been called on the motion before us.
On the proposals before us, the board heard no concerns from the public regarding costs to private persons if this regulation is adopted.
Christie, would you pull the board?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, final action on proposal 191 and 195 through 200. Mr. Fletcher?
Yes.
Mr. Chairman Burnett?
Yes.
Mr. Hoffman?
Yes.
Mr. Cooney?
Yes.
Mr. Barrett?
Yes.
Mr. Loring?
Yes.
Ms. Cusack?
Yes.
Those proposals carry 7-0.
Thank you. The rest of the proposals on the roadmap are ones for which the Department of Law has advised us that we do not have the authority to take up in their current form. But the subjects would be available. I suspect that we don't generally take those up, and then if there's any questions about why, this would be a time to ask. Go ahead, Al.
Could you restate what you were saying?
What I was saying is the proposals on the roadmap from 201 and up to 205 are proposals that were submitted that we don't have the authority, upon which we do not have the authority to act. So,
I would concur with you, Mr. Chairman.
okay, thank you. And then at this time, we don't have we're finished with the proposals for this meeting. We have some miscellaneous business, and reconsiderations are available for any, go ahead, Dave.
Just quick clarification on those Unit 13 anglers, are they been tabled or just no action, or will we just decide on those?
We have no authority to take action on them because the law requires that the ACs approve them in order for us to take action.
Okay, so no action, thank you.
Right. We don't have to state anything because they're actually not before us technically. We don't own those proposals anymore. So at this time, I'm going to have us break until 1 p.m. And at 1 p.m., we will deal with any findings or other miscellaneous business that we have to take care of, and then probably adjourn shortly thereafter. Thank you. Okay, thank you. I'm going to call the board meeting back to order. We have a miscellaneous business agenda, which includes 4 items. First, Board of Game findings regarding Unit 20D moose permit allocation, RC 62. Board of Game findings regarding Unit 19E moose permits, RC 63. Big Game Commercial Services Board Work Group proposed guide concession program discussion, and Senate Bill 253, which goes with number 3. So, at this time,
But this item's not on miscellaneous business.
so we should have, do we have the findings for 62? RC 62.
Yes, we do.
Or, yeah, RC 62. So I'd like a motion to accept the findings as proposed, the proposed findings for RC, that go with RC, on RC 62 for Unit D moose permit allocation. 20D.
Mr. Chair, I move to accept the findings in RC2 for 20D moose.
RC 62.
RC 62.
Second.
Okay, it's moved and seconded. Any objection? With no objection, we'll adopt those findings by unanimous consent. Number 2 on here is 19E moose permits.
Mr. Chair, I move to accept the 19E moose permits in RC 064.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded that we accept the proposed findings for 19E moose permit allocation. Is there objection? Without objection, they're adopted by unanimous consent. The next thing is the, not on our agenda. There's one more thing that's not on our agenda, and it is the legal language for the, for the 19C IM plan, which we approved in proposal number 60. But it had no language for, no regulatory language in it, and this is the proposed regulatory language. We approved that, so I'd like a motion to approve the 19C IM plan regulatory language.
Mr. Chair, I move to adopt the 19C IM plan regulatory language found in RC 063.
Second.
Thank you, and Ryan, would you like to speak to that?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just very briefly, so we did provide you with the language for the 19C IM plan, which you adopted at this board meeting. I just wanted to be clear, there were some questions to me. You know, we're not going to run out and start this right away. There's a lot of work we need to do ahead of time. I anticipate that this regulatory language will change when we're back before the board, and we'll have to see, you know, we don't know what those changes are right now. We've given you a basic plan, but we're not going to start right away, and I do anticipate some changes to that.
Understood, and we did adopt IM, we already took action to adopt the IM population and harvest objectives for this area, is that correct?
That is correct, Mr. Chairman.
Yes. So this will be a working model, and we expect that you will come back to us with changes that are needed in order to properly implement the plan in a successful manner. This discussion from board members, are you okay with this language? Well, we have a motion and a second. I ask if there's no objection, we'll adopt this by unanimous consent. Okay. That's all the actions that we need to take. The next is a discussion on the proposed guide use plan and whether this board wants to, go ahead.
My apologies, Mr. Chairman. I think we might need you to look at RC 3.5 as well, but we're trying to make sure that's, I'm going to turn over to Natalie. She probably has more background,
Okay.
or Cheryl.
Mr. Chair, while Cheryl's looking for RC 35, that was the amended language that we submitted for Proposal 108 earlier in the meeting. That was the Unit 20E predation control focus area language. So very, very similar to what you just passed for Proposal 60. That's just the regulatory language that went with the proposal to clarify what was done.
Okay, thank you. Everyone find their 035 language? What's that? Al?
Yeah, so thank you, Mr. Chairman. On going through that, so the department actually has identified wolves as being a limiting factor on increasing the moose population in RC 035.
Go ahead, Ryan.
I'm just making sure I had the right RC. We've got a lot going right now. Through the chair, Member Brett, that is correct.
Okay, thank you.
Do we have a motion on the floor yet? I don't think so.
Mr. Chair, I move to adopt RC 035, which is amended language for Proposal 108.
Second.
Been moved and seconded. Any further discussion from board members? I'm not seeing any. Do you need any more time? If not, I'd ask you if there's objection. If not, we'll adopt it by unanimous consent.
He said that RC number, right?
RC is 035. Okay. At this point now, we have taken action on those things that have come before us, everything. We have no items for reconsideration, and so you have RC make sure I get the right one, because I don't want to. RC 60 and RC 59. RC 60 describes the history and process of the working group on Big Game Commercial Services Board's proposal to create guide concession areas on state land. And along with that is Senate Bill 253, the original version of the bill, which I believe has been discussed in committee and may have some amendments. But the question before, we were asked if we might write a letter of support for Senate Bill 253. And I'd like to hear from members on their thoughts on that. Go ahead, Al.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. You know, I support the intent of what the Big Game Commercial Services are doing. And when I read RC 60 and compared it to RC 59, there's a lot of discrepancies in there, but like you said, I understand, you know, things are down in the legislature right now. So I'm just pointing out that what the working group had found and what got wrote up in 59 and potentially what's going to change in the legislature, but I still support, you know, the efforts or the intent of creating a guide use area.
Thank you. I know Dave is on the Big Game Commercial Services Board now, and I was on the board, and we've had extensive discussions with that board. Go ahead, Dave.
Thank you. I do also support the intent. I know that if it does go through, there's going to be quite a bit more work for this board, down the line, but let's get it through the legislature with the amendments and see what happens there, and I support the intent.
Okay, so with the permission of the board, I will write a letter from the board to the appropriate committees in the legislature and in support of the concepts in 253. And without speaking, go ahead, Al.
Before you do that, I'll just put on the record, I do have some concerns about, creating a commercial allocation in the future. We kind of see some of that right now without having guide concessions for the state land. So I'm just optimistic about that.
Yes, I think we've heard significant testimony from guides concerning the effects of draw hunts in areas where there's no limits on the numbers of guides. So, additional discussion. What is the intent of the board? 'Cause I'll write a letter that support vaguely enough to allow them to make the appropriate amendment, and if that's the will of the board. And I'll share it with you before it's sent. It'll be shared with you before it's sent. Is there any objection to that? Okay. On the record, though, we'll be in support of the concepts in Senate Bill 253. Thank you. Go ahead, Dave.
Hey, Mr. Chairman, just for the guides that are here in the audience, I will not be able to attend the guide board meeting that's going to be coming up next week here in Fairbanks, because I'll be part of the joint board with this board down in Anchorage at the same time.
Yeah, so we appreciate your attendance at the joint board meeting, because it's very important that both boards have a quorum there. And we do have some interesting proposals on the docket the public might be interested in. With that, I've got to go around the staff here and see if there's anything else that you would like to bring up. Ryan? I think you're the senior member here for Fish and Game at this point.
Wow, that's kind of cool.
Not by age.
Nothing further from the Division of Wildlife Conservation, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate all the time the board has spent on these proposals. I appreciate folks in the audience who've slogged through and provided public testimony, as well as folks who have been listening and provided testimony online. A lot of tough conversations. We had a lot of proposals and a lot to get done. But I think we're successful in this meeting, and thank you to everybody who contributed.
Thank you, Ryan. Cheryl, is there anything else needs to come before us?
No, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, at this time then I'm going to, before we adjourn the meeting, I'd like to open the floor to the members if they have any comments. Al.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. First of all, I'd like to congratulate Gloria Stickman for her retirement and wish her well in her future activities. She's been well present at most all Board of Game meetings when she was representing Otna. And I also want to recognize the Tanana Chiefs Tribal Resource Stewardship advocates. It's something that, board members are available. Sometimes they have their meetings right before a board meeting is, and if you get invited, it's a great opportunity to go up to the university and see the new crop, and there's a whole mixture. There's new people there, there's older people there, there's elders there. You get another perspective on what's coming around and how things are, how they're training other people, and you get to interact with them, maybe asking, they'll ask you about board process or something. And so everybody gets to learn something. It's actually a pretty cool thing to go spend an afternoon up there with them. And yeah, those were my two things.
Ruth, do you have any comments?
No, thank you.
Jake?
No, just thank everybody for showing up here and staying here, and all the conversations you had and on breaks and stuff like that. And really appreciate all the board support staff. And just one addition, the McGrath AC lost one member out there and not too long ago, and he will be missed.
Okay, Stosh, anything to say?
No, just thank everyone for a good meeting, and I think it went fairly well, given some heavy topics, and especially really like to thank Christie and her staff for helping us maneuver through all this, and it went really good. Thank you.
Dave?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, the staff has been fantastic, especially Natalie and her group back there, and all the work that Cheryl's given us on our legal issues. And I want to thank the members and the public for the time that you spent with all of us, you know, during the breaks and before and after the meetings, you know, letting us know your feelings. It goes a long way. Really appreciate that. Thank you.
James, you get to be next to last. I'd let you go last, but I always have the mic.
I'll make it quick. I just want to thank everybody for all of their time. It isn't lost on the board that a lot of the briefings that have to go before us to provide information, to include some of the AC briefings that come up as well. It takes you away from the things that you do in your daily life as well. But it's important, and it's the most important thing that we as a board take into consideration when we're trying to make some really tough decisions. But I just wanted everyone to know that it isn't lost on us how much time it takes. And so thank you for doing that. And I would encourage everyone to continue to be a part of the public process. Thanks.
Thank you. And, you know, I get to have the mic last because I'm the chair. But I've got to first off, thank the public, because we can't do this without you. The representatives of all the organized groups that are here, they're important. You know, the process, this is an amazing process. It's unlike any other process anywhere that I'm aware of, where it's a bottom-up process, things come through. And I have to echo all the comments of the other board members thanking the staff here. The staff's amazing, and we really appreciate everything you do. But then I have to thank the board, because this board has worked in a non-confrontational, very professional manner to get through everything, and that's greatly appreciated. We had a number of split votes, and the votes split different ways on different subjects in many ways, but there weren't any fist fights, although I know Jake wanted to have one out in the hallway, but no, seriously, it's been it's such a pleasure, and it's such an honor to be the chair of the board and to be elected that three times in a row. So this would be really missed if I wasn't here next year. Would you consider us a well-oiled machine? I would say it's an oiled machine. But anyway, a shout out to everyone that makes this process work, because it is really, truly a public process and with lots of things. So with that, unless there's anything else, I'd like James, the tradition, I'd like James to make the adjournment motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll make a motion to adjourn.
Thank you. We're adjourned.